out of Edson or Parkland County, Alberta. That is Cal Tebb in the Arctic Traveler. He is in the summit lane, taking on last night's finalist out of Edmonton, Alberta. In that Silver Tiger medals, Ron Hodson, sponsored Pacemaker Bubble Up Funny Car. That is Nathan Sitko out of Edmonton. This is Nathan's rookie year. Big win a few weeks ago. Set one of the fastest times in Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car history. Both drivers pre-staged. Staged. Here we go. At the stripe it is Cal Tebb running a 5:14. Sitko, who went to the final last night and runner-up. Problems on that run. 6:87. So Cal Tebb right now to the number 1 spot in our Chicago-style shootout, this vintage towing Nitro Funny Car shootout. So that is the early mark to be. We've got some stout cars, some of the runs that we had last night. Well, just for example, Sitko ran a 476. He was your number 1 qualifier last night. It's amazing what happens in a 24-hour period. So Cal Tebb to the number 1 spot. However, some of the runs we had last night, several in the 4-second range, so 5:14. That is not safe at this point in time, considering who is coming up next. Big winner in Spokane, Washington, just a few weekends ago. Out of Edson, Alberta, in that Riders Racing sponsored Firebird, that is Jason Bussey. Jason last night, he ran a 493 on his final pass of the night. Didn't make it into the finals. He is hoping to do so here. And chances of him running a good number, I'm going to say 98.9%. Why? Well, it's because of who's doing the wrenching on that car. Tim Namath, big Rocky Mountain Nationals winner here in 2013 and 2014. He's doing the wrenching on that car. And look out for this next pass coming up. Bussey out of Edson. And who is Bussey going up against? Well, from 9 Miles Falls, Washington. That's just on the outskirts of Spokane. That is Tim Eichstad in that TME Construction, the Aging Barrel Top Gun Graphics sponsored Camaro. He's been to victory lane several times over the last few years. Of course, his next big show, in fact, several of our competitors here in this Vintage Towing Nitro Funny Car Shootout, their next event is down in Boise, Idaho at the Nightfire Nationals. So if you're humming and hawing about needing some more Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car action, you might want to consider the big race down in Boise in just a few weeks' time. Okay. So we do have a few sprinkles. You're probably feeling them right now. So obviously we're not going to let anyone head down the track. So as I mentioned, Bussey had problems on his first pass of the day, the qualifying pass last night. In fact, Bussey's reaction time inside the cockpit saved an engine on that Nitro Funny Car. That could have been a boomer. I was talking to one of the crew members earlier, and yeah, that could have been nasty. So, but his second pass of the night, he did run a 4.93. So that car, capable. Okay, big win in Spokane, as I mentioned earlier. We do have a stout field. Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars here. Of course, the big winner from last night. We'll be seeing from him momentarily, of course, in the happy hour funny car. And that, of course, being Tim Boydchuk, hoping to repeat here tonight. However, we saw one of the finalists just moments ago from last night. Struggled on that pass. Won't be in the final tonight. Right now, Calteb is going to be in the final if no one can beat his number right now, the qualifying of a 5:14. We are going to see. The air, by the way, race fans, is amazing right now. Cooler temperatures. We, of course, like it walking around. The power plants on all these engines, no matter what you're running, be it alcohol, nitro, racing fuel, the cooler temperatures, you get the bonus shot. You can put a lot of the power to the ground. Still flashing red. We've got safety crews, half track at the finish line, just monitoring the situation with sprinkles of rain. Of course, if you live in the Edmonton area and north, it's been a nasty day weather-wise. And I'm just saying, like, we're about 45 minutes from here and north. It's been raining and thunder showering most of the day. I was at a car show in Wetaskiwin this afternoon, and the car count was probably down about 200 cars in Wetaskiwin today because there were a lot of people just said, I ain't going to be risking my vehicle heading out to a car show. But in the end, worked out to be a pretty decent day at the Ultimate Car Show in Wetaskiwin.
Would you say the victor of that was the reigning champion?
Reigning champion, absolutely.
Just for the record, that 380, that was a class record.
Which one? Oh, okay. Was it really? Yeah. Okay, well, you can mention that in a bit. I will, yeah. Okay. Well, definitely for keeping the wheels turning here at Rad Torque Raceway. Of course, our two sponsored lanes, we've mentioned them a few times already, the Summit Racing Equipment lane and the Napa Auto Parts lane. And for the first time in a long time, actually, we've got Mutual Propane has jumped on board and helping us with the as the Burnout Box sponsor. So, again, big thanks to them. We've had to use them a few times today, and that's the track cleaning and equipment, proudly brought to you by Orion Building Maintenance and Rentals. And, of course, other proud sponsors of Rad Torque Raceway include Midas Tire and Auto, Heavy Metal Equipments and Rentals, of course, Ron Hodson Buick, GMC Chevrolet, JB's Power Center, Hoosier Racing Tires out here in Western Canada, and Cooper Equipment Rentals, keeping the wheels turning here at Rad Torque Raceway. Upcoming events here at the Rad Torque Raceway. A lot of people talking about next weekend. Actually, race fans, we've had a sneak peek at what we're going to be seeing here next weekend with some competitors in the pits. And we'll be seeing them a little bit later on this evening. But it's the Street Outlaws weekend, next Saturday and Sunday, July 19th and 20th. A wild, wild weekend of drag race action here. If you're an oval fan, wing sprint car action back August 2nd and 3rd. It's the 2024 Extreme Cup on the dirt oval track. And another big show, Wednesday night, August the 14th, the Midas Hot August night. Put your hands together. Your number one qualifier in the early goings here. That's Cal Tepp being pulled back to the pit area. Now, I think I'll have to mention this. I'm on loan. I'm kind of doing like three things right now. We've got two race teams with Team Northern Provincial Pipelines. We're racing down at Grays Harbor Raceway on the oval track. Actually, we're on the track as we speak. And we had our Superstock 81 car running on the oval at the brand, well, they just reopened after being closed for almost 20 years, but Rocky Mountain Raceway in Valemount, British Columbia. And I just got word we won the big feature event tonight, so or this afternoon. So happy to hear about that. Anyway, just a little bit of oval action from elsewhere. But back to the drags here. And we are still under a little bit of a weather caution as the red lights still flashing on and off on the Christmas line start tree. Oh, 50-50 tickets are for sale. Our last night's winner, we had $5,500. That was the jackpot in last night's 50-50. It wasn't claimed, actually, until early this afternoon. They were coming back, and they were quite happy. I'll just put it that way. Our first 50-50 draw of today, we gave away just over $6,000. So we're going to give away a little bit of loot here this evening as well with the Leduc Nisku Rotary Club. 50-50 tickets still for sale. And we will probably make the draw. Oh, man. Oh, really? Just talking about you guys. Okay, it is last call for 50-50. Officially, last call for 50-50. What are we at right now?
We are at 11,000 total pot.
Right now, so it's just shy of around $6,000 someone's going to be taking home as of right now. So let's see if we can get it over $6,000. Last call, 50-50. Last call, 50-50 right now.
Chevy was asking if we could, actually Chevy's saying is that the radar looks like the raise, there's something that it's going to go away. Which you can have an hour. Peak something or other. So he was saying, mention like, push people to
Oh, okay.
auto gallery and stuff.
So I have not been given a timeline, race fans. Are the drivers still in their cars? I think the drivers are still in their cars, but I was just going to mention. Anyway, if you want to go for well, hang on here. Yeah, we've still got some sprinkles in the area, race fans, but basically the radar is clear, as you can actually see the ridge to the west. That's good weather coming our way. We just got annoying sprinkles right now falling on the facility. So what we might just end up doing, yeah, the cars are being covered as well. May want to go for a walk. Just if you want, go for a little bit of a stroll, and I'll give you guys the prompts of how close we are. Right now, it's just this little system is being annoying is what it is. Lots of things to do out in the concourse area. As you came into the facility, maybe you saw it, that beautiful 1957 Mac, that B-Series rig. Neat rig. And sitting beside it, something that, well, hey, if Kanye West can own one of these, it's bizarre. It's a 2023 Sherpa. It's that Ukrainian-built all-terrain machine used for fire and rescue and all that kind of stuff. It's a 4x4. It's a 3-cylinder diesel engine, and the retail price, $210,000, and it does have air conditioning. Also out in the concourse area, a touch of nostalgia. They've got vintage car accessories, T-shirts, tin signs, and more. Want to welcome Hardcore Candy to the facility. It's a female sports media company along with the classic Canadian car rental company. Scott's Diecast and Toys. He's got Hot Wheels and more out in the concourse area. Now, if your stomach is growling a little bit, there's food everywhere out there. Kettle corn, Cole's Mini Donuts. There's poutine and more at Dar's Cookhouse. And if you're running a little low on sodium, corn dogs are available out in the concourse area as well. Of course, other displays, the Ron Hodson vehicle display, JB's Power Center is out in the concourse area as well. And also out in the concourse area, keep an eye out. There's the Ron Hodson tent. If you have some kids, brand spanking new little decals, Pacemaker Racing Mobile 1 decals. And we are giving those free to the kids out there. Like, these are good quality decals. So you got some youngsters meander out in the facility underneath the Pacemaker tent. Some freebie stuff ongoing out there. Of course, the souvenir, Rad Torque Raceway souvenir trailer, event T-shirts, and more. So, yeah, I'll keep you guys up to speed. If you want to do a little wander, if you're doing the pee-pee dance, yeah, perfect opportunity right now, because the sprinkles are going to be on and off for the next little bit, and it wouldn't be fair to any of the race teams to say, hey, let's go racing now. They fire up the cars, and then burnout's complete, and then we get more sprinkles, and then we'd have to shut them off. So don't want to get into that scenario right now at all. So we are just going to go into a holding pattern again. Sorry, we had that 57-minute power outage delay earlier. We caught the guy with the Tesla that plugged his vehicle in. He's been escorted off the property. I'm kidding.
So as we're talking about cool things for the kids to do around the racetrack, along with those pacemaker stickers, Blue Line Racing is also doing a kids giveaway for kids 12 and under. So if you go over to the Blue Line Racing pit stall, you can actually take a look at what they're giving away. They're giving away a little RC Camaro. Well, I say little. It's not that little. I think it's a 1 to 1/10 scale. It's pretty big, and it's really cool. And they're doing that draw at 8:30. So if you want to try to win your kiddo a little RC Camaro, they wouldn't let me enter the draw, and I was quite depressed. But go see the Blue Line Racing guys. They'll be doing a draw at 8:30.
Yeah, so drivers are now officially out of their race cars, so we'll give them the call, and they'll jump back into their cars, and you'll hear that call as well. So that'll give you easily about 10 minutes-ish to get back to your grandstand seats. Again, thank you for your patience. It's just one of those deals. Power outage first. It was actually sprinkling at the time that we had the power outage, so kind of a mixed blessing on that one. But the sprinkling now, okay, we've already endured that little 57-minute, 38-second delay, and now we're into the delay number 2 for Saturday night. Just to let you know, if you were here last night, who was here last night? Put up your hands. Who was here last night? We've got a few. That was a spectacular night last night. We actually wrapped things up. It was 10:47 p.m. We were done before 11 o'clock last night. And boom, boom, boom. Great ETs. Incredible mile-an-hour passes. And it was a spectacular opening night for the 2024 edition of the Rocky Mountain Nationals here at Rad Torque Raceway. Great afternoon time trials and qualifying as well. And then just a little bit after 6 o'clock, sprinkles of rain, and then the power issues everywhere on the grounds here. So again, just thank you so much for your patience. And I promise you, once we get going, look out. Well, of course, on the Rad Torque Raceway YouTube channel, I had an interesting text message, and it was kind of cool. A gentleman that raced here numerous times over the years. And it was neat to hear from John Evanchuk. John and Ruth actually were watching the live stream from their home in Kelowna, BC. And it was a cool deal. And, yeah, John obviously still involved in the racing scene. All righty, we are now putting the helmets back on the drivers. And drivers, back to your cars, please. Drivers, back to your cars. Buckle yourself in, because away we go. All right. Blue Line Racing had a neat little deal all day today. And if Jace Iverson, guess what? We just drew your name, and you won a nice little prize from the Blue Line Racing team. You can hang on. You don't have to go down now because we're getting the cars ready to go down the track again. But we'll have a little bit of a breather, probably about an hour and 15-minute time, and meander down to the Blue Line Racing team pit area and collect your pretty decent prize. All right. Drivers are positioning themselves back in the staging lane area. Helmets are coming on. And they will be strapping themselves back inside the cockpit. And we will continue with this vintage towing Nitro Funny Cars shootout Saturday night. Mark to beat right now as we So Cal Teb, the mark to beat right now. He sits number 1. We've only had 2 Nostalgia Nitro Funny cars head down the track. We still got several more to go. 5:14, Teb, number 1 right now. Will we see our first four-second run of the night here in the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car class? Both these 2 cars coming up next. Quite capable of doing just that. All righty, drivers settling in. Helmets are on, chin strap done nice and tight. And now the 5-point harness. Click, click, tight, tight. Checking everything out. And we'll bring our next pairing to life here. Saturday night qualifying. And the Vintage Towing Nitro Funny Car Shootout coming your way. Waiting for the thumbs up from our Rad Torque Raceway official. It's getting tense for some reason. I don't know why. Drivers, yeah, they're focused right now. Like the funny thing is, they're in and out of focus. Get in the car. Get ready to go. Sprinkles of rain. Get out of the car. And now it's just like the roller coaster ride of emotion for these drivers as we get the signal. We are back to qualifying here. Oh, come on. Come on. It will be Jason Bussey, Tim Eichstad. A Can-Am battle coming your way, Washington State versus Alberta. You can smell the nitro in the air. Eichstad, the first to lay down the smoky burnout, followed by Jason Bussey. Bussey, again, your big winner in Spokane about 2 weeks ago. Oh, and problems with Eichstad. Can't get the car into reverse, or did it lose fire? Oh, tough break for Eichstad. So it looks like we are going to do a single. Jason Bussey focused. the stripe to the number 1 spot with a 4:89. Now, if you're wondering why is there no mile-an-hour marker, we've got an issue with the 1,000-foot. There, we get the ET, but we do not get the mile-an-hour marker. So all we're getting is ET, but 200 miles an hour-ish. But it's ET. That is the important number right here. And Jason Bussey, your winner in Spokane 2 weeks ago, to the number 1 spot. Now, he's chosen the same lane as Jason Bussey. And that, of course, is last night's winner in the Vintage Towing Nitro Funny Cars Shootout. Out of Edmonton, Alberta, and that Ted Weens Auto Service, Grand Tire, Toco Roofing, Northern Provincial Pipelines, sponsored Camaro. In the happy hour machine, that is Tim Boychuk from right here in Edmonton. Tim Boychuk, of course, has got a little bit of history here at Rad Torque Raceway. The Nitro Nostalgia Funny Cars made their debut here at this facility back in 2010. The format you are witnessing tonight, Chicago style. Tim Boychuk won the debut appearance of the Nitro Nostalgia Funny Cars back in 2010. He also won the next day. So he swept the weekend. Boychuk hoping to do it again here this weekend. 2011, he won it again. 2012, he won it. 2018, he won the Rocky Mountain National. So, yeah, Tim Boychuk, he's got a little bit of history here. And he's hoping to carry on that history once again tonight. Hoping to perhaps put him in his place. A Nitro Funny Car competitor that's been doing this since 2017. So happy 7th anniversary to the War Chief Funny Car team of David Brandt out of Onaway, Alberta. Brandt's personal best time from last night was a 5:22. He's hoping to inch that up just a little bit here. So right now, Bussey, number 1. Teb, number 2 with a 5:14. So 5:14 is the mark to beat. Now, Brandt ran 5:22 last night. Conditions are way different right now than they were last night. We're seeing some pretty stout passes here. And Brandt needs to find a 10th somewhere to sneak into that number 2 qualifying spot, perhaps make an appearance in the final here tonight. Tough break there for the Hitman team. Tim Eichstad from Washington State. We'll see him a little later on tonight with pass number 2. The consolation passes is what I guess we can call them. Oh, that motorcycle class. What are the other classes for the motorcycles? There's only one class running now.
That's right.
So it's only the CMD or CMD or a Pro Fuel.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You know this better than I do, so it's
Yeah.
confident.
Yeah. Tension in the pit area. Canadian Motorcycle Drag Race Association competitors. The qualifying round number 4 for the Superbike classes. We're not going to do them now, okay? So you can put your bikes into the trailers. We'll see you tomorrow morning. However, CMDRA, Pro Fuel, Nitro Harleys, I think we'll give you first call into the staging lanes, please. First call. Pro Fuel Nitro Harleys to the staging lanes, please, for your next round of qualifying. Cars are coming to life. Your next pairing in this Saturday night shootout Boychuk to the water box first. Couple of great burnouts there from two veteran funny car competitors, both here in the Edmonton area. Boychuk right out of Edmonton, Brandt out of Onaway. 5:14 is the number to beat. Teb holding down that number 2 qualifying spot. Bussy with that 4:89. They will inch up to the starting line with the help of their crew, break the first beam of light to pre-stage. Once they are pre-staged, it's all in the driver's hands. Boychuk stages first. Now Brandt, and away we go. Oh, out of the racing groove is Brandt. Boychuk running through with a 5:05. So Boychuk to the number 2 qualifying position. Cal Teb ran a 5:14. He drops to third. So Bussy with 4:89 remains number 1. Boychuk to the number 2 spot with that 5:05. We're still not done. Okay, so is that it then? I think that's it. So your final is set. I just realized here that the Unleashed car of Dylan Bussy, he is he's licensing. Yeah, so Dylan Bussy out of Edson, Alberta is licensing in that Unleashed funny car. So the final is set then in our Vintage Towing Nitro Funny Car Shootout. It will be Tim Boychuk taking on Bussy in our final a little bit later on tonight. All the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Cars, though, will be coming back for their consolation runs as well. So this is going to be a single, right? For the car in the front
Well,
lane?
that's what she said.
Yes, it is a single.
But then it looked like they were signaling to each other that they were going as a pair.
They're completely different classes because he's
Well,
licensing.
that's what I was telling
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Okay, other question. Does that look right? So that's the time from the last day?
Yeah.
That looks like roughly the mile per hour.
Oh, really? So 200
Right,
miles
no,
an hour.
8 miles per hour. Hopefully this will work. I tried to
Okay.
go
About 200. I've been saying about 200 miles an hour all the time. All right. Are we getting more sprinkles again? Why are the red lights flashing? Sprinkles again? So another call. Pro Fuel Nitro Harleys to the staging lanes, please. Pro Fuel Nitro Harleys to the staging lanes, please. So we have a licensing pass, and then we have another. We've got a round of. All right, signal has been given. Fire them up. Once again, better be safe than sorry. Rather than fire up the car, do the burnout, and then the sprinkles come and we have to shut them down. And not good with a nitro-powered machine. So I think this is licensing pass number 3 or 4. It's 3 or 4 for Dylan Bussey. In that Nostalgia Nitro Funny car, he's going to be adding one more car to the field. A good-looking burnout. All part of the licensing procedure. He will not be, well, he might actually be to the point now where he is allowed to do a full track pass. We'll have to see here. The burnout's done. Other licensed drivers with the NHRA are watching this run because they actually sign his application form for his competition license. So the backup looks really good, lined up on the rubber that he laid down on the smoky burnout. And Dylan Bussey will now approach the start line. Now his earlier passes, he only went to the 330-foot mark, shut it down, coasted to the finish line. This might be a full pass coming our way right here as far as Dylan Bussey's road to getting his competition license. Let's wish him well. Yeah, shutting her down at 330 feet. Okay, so he's still... So that may have been pass only number 3 then. Because once you get further into your licensing procedure, the further you go down the racetrack. So reaction time was actually not bad, 385. 60-foot time, 1.12 seconds. And then 330 feet, 3.22 seconds. Actually, I think he burped the throttle like once, just past the 60-foot mark. But anyway, as far as the licensing is concerned, other drivers that have their competition license already, watch that pass. And, of course, they will be the ones signing his application form a little bit later on. He might actually be able to send off his form if he's going to be licensing tomorrow, too. He might even be licensing tomorrow. So, anyway, we change from nitromethane to methanol or alcohol. It's the International Blown Alcohol Association. And your first pair heading into the water box out of Edmonton, Alberta. And a Diego Concrete Limited sponsored 79 Dodge Omni. It's got the Keith Black Hemi, absolutely. That is Craig Borden. He'll be in the Summit lane. Just firing up his car now. Up from Calgary, Alberta. And that beautiful 71 Dodge Charger RT. That is Alan Weish. Alan Weish in the Napa lane. And all Mopar matchup. Great couple of smoky burnouts there from Borden and Weish. Now that number you see on the finish line board, whoa, what is that? Well, that in the International Blown Alcohol Association, that is the target for these drivers. 6.90 seconds. You don't want to go faster than that or else your time will not count. So, if you know your car inside and out, if your cruise tuner knows the car inside and out, that's the number they're aiming for. A lot of these cars can exceed that number. We actually had a car last night, I think around, a 663 or something. So that was an oopsie. The run didn't even count. So really, it comes down to driver and the crew chief making the call on the setup. It's a game of darts, folks. 690 is the bullseye. Well, Weish, rather eager to get down the track. He is already pre-staged. RPMs come up. And he runs a 6.98, 201.43 miles an hour. Problems for Borden's machine. Tough break. So Weish running a 6.98. Good run for the driver up from Calgary. So they'll head back to the pit area and work on that race car. We'll see Craig and his team a little bit later on tonight for their second pass. They'll be in the consolation part of the night. Right now, it is Alan Weish holding down the early number one qualifying position with that 6.98. Next pairing, almost ready to go once we get the Summit lane just in front of the water box area clear. Great night of action thus far. Couple of little hiccups here, courtesy the weather and well, power. You kind of need that, but things going very well right now. I think we've got 8 alcohol funny nostalgia alcohol funny cars on the property right now. And your next pairing coming to life. The other half of the Webb Family Motorsports drag race team, he's out of Kalmar, Alberta. In that blue Diego Concrete. Sponsored 1970 Acadian. This is Scott Borden. Out of Beaumont, Alberta. He's in the Napa lane. And that Second Chance Racing team, that is Darryl Pellerin. So Pellerin taking on Borden. Second pairing. Once again, the number on the board, that is the target, 690, the index. Aim for that number. Don't go faster than that. So it is a race within a race. You're qualifying, but at the same time, you got to keep in mind the rule for this class as far as the index. Alan Weish, just moments ago, ran a 698. Let's see what Scott Borden and Darryl Pellerin will do on this pass. Second pairing in the International Blown Alcohol Association. Well, Borden wobbled a little bit. 7:52 for Pellerin. And Borden ran, he in and out of the throttle several times, running an 8:47. So right now, Alan Weish holding down that number one spot with a 698. Pellerin is off the pace a little bit with that 7:52. He would have loved to have maybe a 7:00. Because that's a lot of wiggle room between the number one and the number two qualified drivers thus far. And we've got some stout competitors yet to come here. Out of Beaumont, Alberta. In that Bridge Business Brokers sponsored Camaro. She's hoping to make it to the final here tonight. Again, out of Beaumont, Alberta, Natasha Turek. She will be in the Summit lane. What's going on? Okay. I do eavesdrop on the two-way communication between the track and the tower, and we're getting word from the far end of the racetrack, past the finish line, down at the end of the shutdown. Yeah, we got some sprinkles of rain at the top end. So here we go again. So just hang tough, race fans. Drivers are staying in their cars, so not to worry there. But Natasha Turek, relative newcomer to the funny car scene, doing very, very well. And hoping to get to that next step here and maybe sneak into the final here tonight. But Steve Harris will have something to say about that. In that Dodge Charger of his. Steve Harris also would like to head to the final here tonight. Now, the thing is, if both of them can do like a 697 or a 696, they would leapfrog over Alan Weish up from Calgary. So, and that's the neat thing about NHRA drag racing, especially when an index is involved, and in qualifying too. That's 698. Going faster than that is doable, but the catch is don't go faster than 6.90 seconds. So, clutch setup, oh so important. And we are almost, well, the reds are still flashing, so we are again in a little minor weather delay. Oh, really? Oh, maybe that's why he. So in the left-hand lane? Was he in the left-hand lane? So just getting word from the top end. Yeah, I think it was Scott Borden may have had one of his rear tires go a little bit soft, and they won't be able to haul that car back. So he's at the top end right now. Well, on the beginning of the return lane. So he had a problem with one of his rear tires on that pass. So that might explain a little bit why he ran only 847 at 113 miles an hour. He may have. See, the drivers can feel their cars, 100%. When you've done it long enough, you know something's not right. And you may have had a tire go partially go down. You don't want a tire to go completely flat nearing a top speed. We've seen the video of that. So we got lots of action still to come. Up next, after the final pass in qualifying here in the Blown Alcohol Association. Well, that's top fuel. Okay. Well, this is kind of nice. Nitro Altereds are in the staging lanes, and we have one of Western Canada's only top fuel dragsters on the property. It's in the staging lanes as well. Yeah, it's a real deal. They're still kind of working their way ins and outs of it, but yeah, Dave Federwich up from Calgary. He made it to about just past the 60-foot mark last night, went up in smoke immediately in that 10,000 horsepower top fuel dragster. He's patiently waiting in the staging lanes, ready to get at it here tonight and put on a good show for us. So did we send, we must have sent Vintage Towing down to retrieve that one funny car then, didn't we? We must have. Still to come in this session. We've got the Grudge race, the Police Challenge, Diesel Semis, and then we'll have the pass of Jets. Jets are going to be out twice tonight, by the way. At least that's what I was told, anyway. Okay. Very good. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Okay, so we're doing the slow crawl towards the finish line. Still sprinkling, okay. So once again, it's the old hurry up and wait scenario. But once this little system is to the east of us, it'll be clear sailing for the rest of the night.
We're parking standing terrain.
What's going on?
We're parking in the open. So no cars. Like no, yeah. Pro, top sportsman, top dragster.
Okay.
We're parking.
So I'll just say put them in the trailer? Attention in the pit area. Pro, super pro competitors, top dragster, top sportsman, pro and super pro. Mentioned those two already. You can now put your vehicles in the trailer. We were hoping to get an extra pass in for you tonight, or elimination, I should say. That is not going to happen now, so you can put your vehicles in the trailer and enjoy the rest of the night. Join us up here in the grandstands, and so top dragster, top sportsman, pro, super pro. Yeah, we're running out of time here, so you can put your race vehicles into the trailer, and we will talk to you tomorrow morning here for another round of elimination. And of course, the schedule for tomorrow morning, yeah, we're going to have cars on the track at 9 a.m. So we're just moments away as well, race fans, from calling the 50-50 number. I'll have the exact prize amount that we're handing out. I think I said earlier, I'm hoping we were going to get over $6,000 that someone's going to walk home with tonight. We gave away $5,500 last night. Well, it wasn't claimed till earlier today. And we gave away over $6,000 in our afternoon 50-50 drawing with the Niski Leduc Rotary Club. And, of course, our evening draw. Thank you very much for supporting the Niski Leduc Rotary Club and their charities that they are involved with. And, again, someone's going to be walking home with a little extra jingle in their jeans here this evening. The 50-50 winning ticket number soon. Here we go. Once again, Alan Weiss holding down the number one spot with a 698. On that 690 index, Natasha Churik, Steve Harris hoping to leapfrog Weiss and take over the number one and number two qualifying spots. Bodies come down on the floppers. And away we go. Natasha Turk will hit the water box. Oh, I thought she was going to hit the water box first. Yeah, someone noticed something on Turik's car, so the body came up quickly. Problem rectified. We're going to have a couple of side-by-side burnouts here as both cars hitting the water box exact same time. Great couple of burnouts from these two competitors. Steve Harris, Natasha Turk, both backing their race cars up with the help of their crew. Now, of course, one thing that's different between alcohol and nitro, in an alcohol engine, you hear the RPMs come up to about 5,000, 6,000 before they dump the clutch and go. In nitro, they launch at a dead idle, and you're going to hear that next. Our final pairing. In the International Blown Alcohol Association. And their Saturday night shootout. $698. That's your number one qualifying spot right now, held down by Calgary's Alan Weish. Here we go. $678. So Natasha Turk's run will not count. And red lights don't matter in qualifying, so that 678 will stand. Well, actually it won't, because she went faster than the 690. So doggone it. And a Steve Harris running a 756. So he did not beat our second qualifier, which is Daryl Pellerin out of Beaumont. So unofficially, it will be Alan Weish taking on Daryl Pellerin in our shootout final in the International Blown Alcohol Association final a little bit later on tonight, and we'll have the consolation passes by the remaining competitors as well. So we've had nitro, went to alcohol, and we're back to nitro again. Nostalgia, nitro, altereds coming your way right now. It's not. Who is this? That's the final car. I'm sorry. There's one more car. What the heck? Sorry about that, guys. There's a one remaining International Blow and Alcohol Association funny car, and it's coming to life right now. Out of Westlock, Alberta. In that Cemex car, the Pontiac Firebird, this is Max Yaremko. Yaremko, and that beautiful blue Firebird. Yaremko, he's been running this race car for about 4 years now, feeling very, very comfortable behind the wheel. And you know what'd be even better for Yaremko, making him feel extra comfortable, is heading to the final here tonight. All that Yaremko has to do is go faster than 7.52 seconds in the quarter mile. Alan Weish, your number one qualifier with that 698. Daryl Pellerin holding down the number 2 qualifying spot with a 752. Yaremko inching up to the start line. Here come the RPMs. At the stripe. A 7:15 indeed. Yaremko will head to the final. So Alan Weech qualified number 1 with a 698. That final pass in this class by Max Yarenko, a 7:15. So unofficially, that will be your matchup for the final in the International Blown Alcohol Association Saturday night shootout. And that will be a little bit later on tonight. One of the wildest classes in NHRA drag racing. Driving by the seat of their pants, Nitro Altereds, here on this Saturday night. Up from Salt Lake City, Utah, in Hellfire 2. This is Matthew Leonard. Leonard in the summit lane. In that beautiful orange for Altered from Wenatchee, Washington. Shane Harder. Match race number 1 of the night. Smoking the tires till almost half track is Matthew Leonard. Harder had to get out of the throttle. He was about 170 miles an hour at half track. Got a little out of the racing groove, backed off, running a 746 on 133.97 miles an hour. So that's a taste of the wild and wacky seat of your pants action. Nitro Altereds. And so we go from about, 4,500 horsepower? Let's double that, folks. If you never experienced a Top Fuel dragster in person, well, you are about to. Up from Calgary, Alberta, and that Lord Co. Auto Parts Top Fuel dragster. One of Western Canada's only Top Fuel dragsters. I think David Fedorowicz and crew says, I think this is a little better than Chuck Wagon races at the Stampede. Yeah, I think so. But David Federwich, been a drag race competitor for years and made the big leap. And this is a huge leap to Top Fuel several years ago. And he's come up to Rad Torque Raceway and play in our sandbox. So, yeah, that little pass from Matthew Leonard out of Salt Lake City, Utah, in the Summit Lane. Someone must have saw something fly off the car. Oh, maybe a little bit of, oh boy. Please no. I'm listening to the radio here. I don't hear any radio. Oh, you don't have a radio on you? Yeah. Yeah. Well, so far, radio silence from the track safety staff. But yeah, wait a minute here. They're down on their hands and knees looking for nickels, maybe. And I think we're going to get the all clear here, and that's good news. So, Top Fuel Dragster. Again, if you never experienced one of these in person, it's something you'll never, ever, ever, ever forget. Put your hand up if you've never experienced a Top Fuel Dragster in person. Ooh, we got a few here. If you have experienced a Top Fuel Dragster in person, put your hand up. Okay. It's okay, isn't it? It's kind of a neat feeling when he hits the throttle. Yeah. Don't tell the newbies, okay? Let them experience the raw power of about 10,000 horsepower. At the hit last night, it was something else. He did go up in smoke just past the 600 or the 60-foot mark. So they did a little bit of clutch work. And we'll see what happens on this run. Again, playing in our sandbox here at Rad Torque Raceway. Up from Calgary, Alberta, Dave Federwich and team. You'll hear the cars start up on alcohol. And then the sweetest sound when it changes from alcohol to nitromethane. Burnouts will be just on the one fuel pump. And then once he pre-stages, you're going to hear the second fuel pump kick in. Here we go. cleaning off the excess rubber from that smoky burnout. They want rubber to concrete. Very little tire spin. You'll notice when and you'll hear when he switches on the second fuel pump. Well, for some reason, the tree didn't count down, and when you're in a top fuel dragster, that's ultimate impatience from David Federwich. The tree didn't count down. Our starter Ed says, "I don't know what's going. Go!" So the old school way. Well, he made it to about 330 feet. Actually, from my vantage point, he got out of the racing groove, lost a little bit of traction. I can see the rubber right on the quarter mile strip. So, yeah, he won't get any times or anything because the tree didn't count down. So, but you got to have a little bit of a punch to the gut, right? Absolutely. Well, guess what? Still more Nitro coming your way here on this big Saturday Night Thunder edition of the Rocky Mountain Nationals. It is time now for another round of qualifying with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Race Association, the Pro Fuel Nitro Harleys. We have got 6 on the property. Pro Fuel Harley, 120 cubic inch maximum displacement, just to let you know. They are carbureted. These bikes have no transmission. It's high gear only. Encourage you to watch the right wrist on every one of our competitors. Once they stage, they crank it, and away they go down the quarter mile strip. They'll be running in the mid-7 to about 8.25 second range. That's kind of the expectations on these runs. We had a 770 last night from Doug Cason out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. Part of the Bad Habits racing team. Actually, we will see 2 competitors that we did not see last night. The Berserkers racing team, Evan and brother Aaron Barsness, they weren't here last night, but they had a good reason. 100%. They were at their grandmother's 100th birthday party last night, so that's kind of cool. Family comes first, absolutely. And so they're going to be racing and celebrating their grandmother's birthday from last night, and they're wanting to put on a good show for everyone here this evening. The V-twin engines come to life. Your first pairing out of Lacombe, Alberta, part of the Thrill Ride racing team, Friction Tools, TNT Custom, Welch's Motorcycles. This is Wayne Lyons. Lyons will be in the Summit Racing lane on that green and black Pro Fuel Harley. Lyons will be taking on the National RU Siding Impact Powder Coating Cougar Paint and Collision sponsored machine of Quinn Olson. Quinn Olson out of Viscount, Saskatchewan on board the Nitro Harley that the legendary Al Miles of Hypercycle used to compete on over those years. Well, Wayne Lyons already staged, waiting for Quinn Olson to break the beams. Here we go. Oh, Quinn Olson. What a run. That's 7:54. 169.30 miles an hour to the number one spot for Quinn Olson. So Wayne Lyons had to back out of it, and he ran a 10:16 at 98.25 miles an hour. He won't be happy with that pass at all. Next pairing in the Pro Fuel Nitro Harleys. They were not here last night. We got the brothers squaring off. Part of the Berserkers Racing team. Life Sentence Cycles, Impact Powder Coatings, Welch's Motorcycles in the Summit Lane. On the black Nitro Harley with the purple flames, this is Evan Barnesness. In the Napa Lane, Aaron Barnesness. So this is the brothers' first pass of the weekend. They're doing this one for their grandmother, celebrating it at her 100th birthday last night. So this is kind of a cool deal. Right out of the trailer, right to the racetrack. They would love to get into the sevens here on this pass. And 8:16 for Evan. And Aaron runs himself an 8:36. Close to sneaking into the sevens, but again, remember, they weren't here yesterday. This is their first lick at the track, and we'll see them a little bit later on tonight for another qualifying pass. See, Quinn Olson, just to let you know, his first pass of the weekend, last night, 8:05, his second pass, 7:77, and we just saw that moments ago at 7:54. So again, gradual increase in ET, and guaranteed with Evan and Aaron a little bit later on tonight for their second qualifying pass of the day. Yeah, we might see them kissing the high 7, low 8 ET mark in their second qualifying pass of the weekend for them. Well, no slouches at the start line here as they get ready to bring their vehicles to life. Your number one plate holder, your defending season champion in the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Race Association, driver, your defending season champion from Halakwa, British Columbia. And that part of the Axe Head Racing Team, Welch's Motorcycles, Western Materials Handling, Impact Powder Coating, Dave Stickle. Stickle will be in the Napa lane, but getting into the water box first. Out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, part of the Bad Habits Racing Team, Welch's Motorcycle, the sponsor, Doug Cason. Cason in the Summit lane. The cackle of the pipes. Nitro Harley action here on this Saturday night shootout. All a part of the Rocky Mountain Nationals weekend here at Rad Torque Raceway. So glad you can join us here this evening. Final pairing of Nitro Harleys right here, right now in this session. They'll be back a little later on tonight. Well, Cason, a 779. 161.29 miles an hour. Dave Stickle had to, well, let's just say get out of it a little bit. And he won't be happy with that run at 10:03 at 116.79 miles per hour. So, another round of qualifying in the books for the Pro Fuel Nitro Harleys. They'll be back a little bit later on tonight. Something that's going to be happening tomorrow here at Rad Torque Raceway. It's going to be a very special Grudge race. That's Dave Federwich coming back down the return road. Now they'll go back, take a look at that race car. Who wants to see Dave Federwich attempt another pass a little later on tonight? Okay. We'll try to make it happen, okay? How does that sound? Huh. But a special Grudge race is happening tomorrow here at Rad Torque Raceway. And it's going to be a Grudge race between Tammy Provost, part of the Rad Torque Systems race team, and Kirsten Groves, and another local racer. Actually celebrating her birthday today, too, so happy birthday, Kirsten. But, yeah, breast cancer, it affects almost 30,000 women per year in our country, and, yeah, 5,500 of these women are going to lose this battle. And over the past 3 years, and this is something that we should be very proud of regarding this facility, this track, okay, Rad Torque Raceway has raised over $20,000 to support research for this cause. And tomorrow, this Grudge match is going to be kickoff this year's Tough Enough to Wear Pink campaign. I think you've heard of it. I've heard of it. And just want to let you know that in their pit stall, they're actually accepting donations that for the cause, Tough Enough to Wear Pink campaign. Donations for this race are going to be given to the winner, who will then donate the winning to the fundraiser in honor of Lizzie Muzi of the Street Outlaws fame. She was actually supposed to be here next week, sadly, but she passed away about a week and a half ago. And just to let you know, so far this weekend here, the Provost Racing Team and the Groves Racing Team, they've raised almost $3,000. So that's awesome. And if you want to toss a couple of loonies or toonies or a fiver, they're still accepting donations in the pit area. You can go see them a little bit later on tonight. And they're probably out, they're being spectators right now, too. So, again, that's going to be a huge Grudge race tomorrow here at Rad Torque Raceway. And, boy, wouldn't that be neat if we can get up to around $5,000? Now, speaking of money, grab your 50-50 tickets, race fans. I'll give you a little bit of time here. Someone is going to be walking home with $6,672.50. We kind of like that. $6,672.50, 50-50, Leduc Nisku Rotary Club. Your ticket starts with a D. Okay, that's a good start. Then it's 6, 5, 4, 9, 8, 8. 50-50 winning ticket number. D. Then 6, 5, 4, 9, 8, 8. If that is your winning number ticket that you are holding right now, well, first off, congratulations. Secondly, everyone around you is going to be having their hand out. But first, you got to collect your money. Head on down to the Nisku Leduc Rotary tent out in the foyer area, and they will hand you over. Is it loonies or toonies they're paying it out tonight? Anyway, $6,672.50. Congrats if you've won. We had our winner last night. However, we didn't get the money claimed until it was earlier on this afternoon. So the winning number will be posted on the website. But D654988, you are $6,672.50 richer here this evening. Thank you. Is that it? I'll take a break. Is that you? So, here's what's still to come here. We got some grudge racing, the police challenge, diesel semis, and then we will have the Jets heading down the track. And then we move into the final portion of our program here this evening. And ironically, we're actually almost, oh, my watch stopped. There. Anyway, here we go. Grudge race time here on this Saturday night.
Well, Grudge racing indeed with Dave Stickle. Oh, that hasn't changed yet. That is still the Edmonton one. We have the S10 in the Napa lane. In our Summit lane, the one, the only, Sergeant Mike Winnick. Now, he loves this 72 Plymouth Duster, and so do we. With a couple engine sponsors from Blue Line Racing in that car: Precision Turbo, Vibrant Performance, Holly ARP, Milidon, Mizier, Mega Squirt, AEM, Aeromotive, and many, many more that go into that 72 Plymouth Duster. And trust me, he's in it to win it. But can the S10 be a little quicker than the detective of Mike Winnick? That is Bree King. Oh, now that I see the name, I know whose Chevy S10 it is. That's not one slow S10 either. Bree King knows how to get down in that S10. So I think Mike Winnick might have his hands full here. Staging already for Bree. The light goes green. Oh, man. She gets out of it. She gets out of it. Something going on with Bree's S10. And that gives Detective Mike Winnick the win over the S10. While the S10 slowly makes its way to the top of the track, the next of the Blue Line Racing crew is here. And that is Detective Blair Deswart in the Mustang. His best CT is a 9.20 at 149 mile an hour. He will be in our Summit lane. In the Napa, the Challenger. In the Chevy Chevelle, Trevor Kinsey. And now, well, they both got parachutes, so this could be anyone's battle. But the best CT of a 9.2 at 149. Well, the Chevy Chevelle's got some work. It's choppy. Oh. That Chevelle's got some power, though. It's going to be close. Blair in the Summit, Trevor in the Napa. They let him get lined up. And look at that. Even the sun shining down now. Can Detective DeSwart stay in front of Trevor Kinsey? Or is Trevor's car one for the road? It is gone out of the hole. But can Detective DeSwart rope him in? No. He cannot. 5-4 in the 8th. The last of the Blue Line crew out here in the 2008 Dodge Challenger with a best ET of a 943 at 141. That driver is Sergeant Terry Innes. And I can tell you, Terry doesn't like losing. Terry's won against a lot of cars. GTRs, S chassis, a lot of the imports, normally wins against them, but even Hellcats and Demons can't keep up with Terry's Dodge Challenger. So, can the newcomer, the licenser, manage to take it in the truck? Terry doesn't lose easy. Oh, it's going to be close. And it is oh so close to the 8th mile. I think they kept going all the way to the corner. My God. Terry with a 614 and the truck with a 616. 600ths off of that time. Very good job. And I told you, Terry don't lose easy. Next Grudge matchup. Matt Robert in the Chevy Camaro in the Napa or in the Summit lane. Tyler Stamler in the S10 in that Napa lane. Oh no, that's a strap by the looks of it. Oh no, the parachute. Oh no. Well, can't go far without the chute. I say send him back around, get him to put the chute back in and put him back in line. Well, pushing it back. Get a couple hands in on there. Look at that gorgeous sun. That means we're going to have a really nice sunset. And I love cool sunsets here out at Rad Torque Raceway, especially on the Rocky Mountain Nationals weekend. All right. So we're only going to send Matt Robert in the Summit lane. Well, he doesn't get an opponent, but he still gets a hit. Matt Robert on the tree. .610 in the 8th at 116.3. Not bad. Who do we got coming up next here? Oh, a couple of Mustangs. All right, Chris Gold in the Summit. The Do It for Lizzie on the back window. John Cusquieta in the bright gold Mustang. Well, this is going to be an even grudge match. As they slowly get those Mustangs backed up. Don't worry, we put walls in front of the crowd. All right, Chris Gold back at the line. John Gusietta back at the line. All right, finally ready to go. This grudge match can get underway. Lining them up. Lighting up the tree. Here we go. Two Mustangs. Oh, look at those reactions. And it's so close to the 8th, but it's a 4-6-1 for John's Mustang. I can't believe that. Look at those reaction times. An 0.43 and an 0.45. Hey, where's my friend Damo? Is that a Ford Zephyr? I heard him yell it all the way from the other side of the tower. What's your favorite car? I got to call you back for it.
Ford, what?
Is that the? Is he doing it by?
I actually think he's with a bike.
Oh, he's grudge racing.
Grudge racing against a Turbo Busa.
A Turbo Busa and what I think is a pro-charged Ford Zephyr.
Well, this one's going to be interesting. And one thing I love to see here for Rocky Mountain Nationals is bikes versus cars. That's just so cool to me.
Right? Let's see what happens. I got my money on the Busa, I'm just saying.
You know, as much as I love that Zephyr, it's hard to beat a bike. It's not easy to beat a bike.
No, sir, it is not. Not a Turbo Busa, at least.
Not a Turbo Busa. A lot less weight. Missing a couple doors, missing a couple tires, but here we go. Busa versus Zephyr. Oh! Oh!
Look at that go.
Oh! The Zephyr!
A 465 in the Zephyr to a 586 on the Turbo Busa.
Wow!
That Zephyr's got to be Pro Charged. That thing is loud and bad.
Absolutely wow.
Yeah, Jet Truck's next.
Well, my friends, for all my wonderful friends here in the Octane Grandstand, that's the one right in front of our commentator booth. I think it's time. Let me confirm with the guys down on the track. Is it Jet Truck time? Who can hear me
it's
out
Jet
there?
Truck time. One more?
All right, so we do got the Jet Truck coming. That means I need everybody in this grandstand to move to the right. Everybody in the Octane Club grandstand. You see how they're standing up? They're moving to the right. Not you guys, just these guys. Because I can tell you when this thing fires up, you're going to lose all your hair. You're going to get the best tan of your life. The S10 got started up. That is absolutely amazing. That is. And that'll also mean all you wonderful fans up in the balconies, once this Jet Truck starts coming, we're going to need you guys back inside. Not right away. We'll let the S10 do his pull, but then I want you back inside. All right.
Tyler Stallmer from Rocky View. That beautiful S10.
All righty.
Here we go.
Tyler, show him the run you wanted to have. Red lights it, but runs a 466 in the 8. All righty. With that, I need all my wonderful friends up in the balconies, back inside their balconies. We got the truck coming. All my wonderful fans here in this grandstand, the Octane Grandstand, I need you guys all the way over on that side. Even where the guy with the Billabong shirt is sitting is not far enough. Two guys figured that out later. Especially this child needs to go on the other side. He will get burned. I know he can't hear me, but y'all can hear me. So who's ready for some Jet Truck action? Oh, I love the sound of that. Who's its first time seeing a Jet Truck? A couple of you. Awesome. Welcome to a new experience of speed. Now, sadly, yeah, let him hear you. Oh. So much love for Hayden Prophet. All the way from Burnett, Texas. Now, I can tell you a sad story that the Insanity supercar jet car blew up his afterburners, so he cannot join us tonight. So I think that Hayden Prophet has to go a little harder than normal to really send off the fact that we lost a second jet truck or jet car here today, and now it's only him that gets to run this show, but he's pretty good at running it.
Make some noise for Hayden.
Oh, yeah.
Crew
Let him
guys out
hear
there
ya.
Getting all excited.
All right, all you balcony goers, inside. All you kids and friends and fans in the Octane, stand over to the right, which you have done amazingly, and I love you all for it. Balcony guys, back inside. Listen to the man inside. Get inside. Even me, the announcer. I'll see you guys later. I'm closing it. It jumps almost 30 degrees in this booth when he starts up.
Where's the mushrooms? I mean, marshmallows.
We always forget the marshmallows when the jet truck comes.
Right? Next time we gotta like wedge marshmallows on a stick outside the window and see if we can get them cooked.
We could zap strap it to the end of the chain link fence.
No, zap strap will melt. That's why you stick it on a hot poker.
What about mechanics wire? That would work.
That would work, but you know, I have fancy marshmallow sticks to begin with. So.
Oh, you're willing
Look it
to
up.
sacrifice the fancy marshmallow sticks?
Oh yeah.
Alrighty, well.
That's quarter-inch rod. How bad could it be?
Not too shabby at all. We got the first engine fired up. This your first time seeing the jet truck? Well, there's a bit of pre-flight initiation into it. He's got to go through all his checks. He's got to make sure everything's working right, that everything's balanced right. Looks like both engines now are fired up. You're going to see a loud or a large cloud of smoke. Then comes the afterburner shot. And that is your first time getting to hear the afterburner shot. That is not the afterburner, but it is awesomely cool. That who else has flamethrowers outside of their truck? That would work real well down the Henday.
I'm just saying, nobody's gonna tailgate you. Start shooting that backwards.
Well, he sounds pretty spooled up. So we should be seeing that first afterburner hit here shortly. There it is. Woo!
Is it me or does this seem like we're the champions?
Oh, that's kind of the beat he's doing.
We are champions.
Woo-hoo.
Hidden profit. It's a little toasty.
I'm sure now you all realize why we asked you to move, and this is why. Oh, yeah. Well, seems like he's at the line. Just about. Just about.
And smoked out. It's a completely different experience when you can't see anything.
Well, it's okay. He'll clear it out for us. There we go.
Hey, buddy.
He's almost at the staging light.
You know he's got the pre-stage lit?
Pre-stage is lit. One more to go. Alrighty. Jet truck action coming at you hard and fast.
There we go.
Off he goes. That never gets old. He blew the batters off. And that was 179 mile an hour, 8.1 seconds for Hayden Profit in the Chevy jet truck. Look at that. Blew the banners off of our signage. Now you see why I told you to move. Oh, yeah,
right.
let him hear it.
Attention to the pits. Pro mods to the lanes, please. Pro mods to the lanes. Fucking scare me like that. I know So Pro Mods to the lanes, and then 6'9" Funny Cars will be next on standby.
What
So,
a show.
Pro Mods to the lanes, please. Pro Mods to the lanes. Come on, dude.
Pro Mods to the staging lanes. Pro Mods to the staging lanes. Well, that's not the end of our show, although the jet truck is a big part of it. We brought some really fast diesel semi-trucks. These are the guys you want to hire for Amazon. I promise you your package would never be late with these guys. Oh no, she left the golf cart in the fire zone. So you're probably wondering why the semi sounds so weird. Well, that's because it probably has more superchargers than engine capacity. There's our Zephyr. Woo! Top end is clear of the jet truck, which means we can bring out the diesel semis. Steve Borden with the supercharged semi truck.
I love the bounce. That thing has got such a good gait as it rolls in.
It's like Mercedes saw what he did and was like, let's put that in our cars, and that's where they get the Mercedes bounce from. Listen to that supercharger scream on the burnout.
No, we were just venting. Yeah, we had the smoke from the. We're good. The jet car was just being used now.
All right, Steve Borden in the supercharged semi going for a pass. It's crazy to see that much weight move that fast down a quarter mile. Passing the quarter now, 15.8. That is faster than most Hondas, Toyotas at 84 mile an hour. But then we bring out Mario, the beast. Mario Manette in a very, very fast diesel semi. All right, Mario. Oh. It isn't called the Beast for no reason. Back to the line. Mario Manette comes in the Beast. Ellie, they're over here in case you can't hear them. All righty. Mario, find that staging lane. Show them why your truck is called the Beast. Oh, Mario. And that is why it's called the Beast. Quarter mile time of 11:61 at 112 miles an hour. And I can tell you, for something that weighs that much, that is insanely quick. As they come back down the return road, let them hear how much they loved seeing their little exhibition. The jet truck with Steve Bourdain's diesel behind it, and soon to follow Mario the Beast. Till then, we have the Pro Mods coming up. So make sure not to go anywhere or miss any of the action. So we got a busy night coming at you.
All right. Well, it looks like we got the West Coast Pro Mods coming up next year. All right, 690 Funny Cars and Nitro Funny Cars. You guys are on deck to get to the staging lanes as we get ready to start the West Coast Pro Mods. So, again, for the pits, 690 Funny Cars and the Nitro Funny Cars are on deck. 690 and Nitro Funny Cars off to the lanes, please. So, we're going to get going here in our first. We'll find out what our first matchup is here. All right, so we're going to run Sanders Spelt and Ryan Griffin are going to be the first round here as we get going. So Ryan Griffin's team, one of his crew guys decided it was a good idea to make a bet saying that there's no way, this poor sucker over here with the RGR shirt there with all that hair, that beautiful flow, that hockey hair is gone. He thought it was smart to say that his driver wasn't going to be able to do a 3-second pass. And Ryan in the first round just went to 397 and 194. So he's going to, we need to volunteer some clippers. Does anybody got some hair clippers here? Because the first person to come up here to the booth with a pair of hair clippers will be able to get down there when we do the track walk and take care of all that hair. Do you actually, sir, in front of me, have hair clippers on site? He pulls out a knife. Does that count? We going to go with that? We need a buzzer. All right. Nope, sorry. What do they call that? Straight razors need not apply. All right, we'll let you know what happens here. So we're just getting the track prepped up here for these pro mods. So on top of the Ryan Griffin and Sanders Spelt, the second group going up will be Garrett Richards running against Steve Goddard. So there we go, giving the track a nice little scrub after we burned it up with the jet truck. No. Get here. We should put we should have a bet here to see how many more laps we're gonna get out of the hot rod. But no, it looks like he's doing the getting ready to park it. So that's a good sign. Get the sprayer out there. All right, time to spray the sticky stuff. Little gooey VHT on track. If you guys like the West Coast Pro Mods and you like that door slammer competition, we're going to have some fun next weekend with the Street Outlaws out here, the No Prep Kings. Be cool to see Murder Nova and the gang out here running against some locals. I know Sanders Spelt mentioned he may be involved in that. Not sure if any of the other guys are going to, but should be a fun time out here. I know I'll be higher. Hot August night going to happen, August 13th. I believe that's the right date. Where's my sheet? It is the 13th? Yeah, August 14th. My bad. August 14th, we'll have Hot August nights. And then the Monster Truck Throwdown will be on the August 23rd and 25th. As well as Annihilation Night will be happening on September 14th. Unfortunately, we got weathered out on that one earlier this year, but we're going to redo it all over in September. So it should be fun. Well, looks like we parked the sticky machine. And we got the West Coast Pro Mod guy live streaming already, so he's getting all his online peeps, getting a little look at what's happening. All funny cars into the lanes, just to reach out to everybody in the paddock. Funny cars to the lanes. And it includes the Nitros and the 690s. We'll get them up for their next run. And if you know it says Nitro, you know you're going to get my buddy Gord Craig back up here. Get a little bit more dragging going down there. As the sun starts to set here, we're going to get some more action in. All right. It looks like we're going to get going here. So that's a good sign. Always makes me happy when I see her giving the twirly hands. We're going to get the West Coast Pro Mods going. Round 2. Sanders Spelt and Ryan Griffin getting in the lanes there. Ryan Griffin with that 67 Mustang. Twin 98s on a Noonan Hemi. Rocking it out. And then we got Sanders Pelt running that 57 Chevy with the screw-blown Minor Bros 526 Hemi. That is one pretty car. As these guys get lined up, we'll adjust the wheelie bars. Turn on the CO2 for the wastegate guy in the turbo car. Attention to the pits, funny cars, all funny cars to the staging lanes. All funny cars to the staging lanes, please. All right, drivers rolling up to get in the beams. Sander lights the first bulb. Ryan goes in, gets his car up on boost. You can hear it hit the popper. Sander getting a little loose, but there we go. Ryan Griffin slams a 390 at 197. Gets the win and gets a fast ET as well. He is doing good. That haircut's going to feel good later, eh? 390 backs that one up on you, eh? Doubles down. All right. Second pair coming up now is going to be Garrett Richards and Steve Goddard. Now, I think that's who it is. Yes, that's right. So there we go. Left lane is Garrett Richards. He's got that screw-blown Mustang. It's a 2012 Mustang. Jerry Bickle, he's got a Walt Austin big block Ford with a screw blower on it. And on the near lane, that is Steve Goddard in his 08 Pontiac GTO, with a 784 nitrous motor. We'll see who's going to take it here. So as they bring their cars into the beams, Garrett Richards in the Summit lane, Steve Goddard in the Napa lane. Garrett Richards getting right sideways there around the 330. Maybe it was a 660 out there, but he was getting a little loose. He stayed in it. Right, drove into the parachutes. But that gets him to move on to the next round at 397. Which brings us to the lucky dog of the night. That is going to be Scott Blake. And he's going to be running his 69 Camaro with the 950 cubic inch Albert race engine. And he ran a 380 in the first round on his bye. That 380 is an ET record at this track in the West Coast Pro Mods. So we'll see what he does here. He picked up 900ths on that pass. So he's getting a lucky bye. A good opportunity to test what the track will take. Great looking Camaro. I wonder if he's just going to take the lights because he's saved that motor for the final round. The nitrous motor, you don't want to put as much stress on it, but we'll see. I called it. All he had to do is take the beams. He's going to save those rods and pistons because he knows he's going to need them later. So, breaking the beams just to make it happen. Not a crowd favorite, but he wants to be in the big show. Nothing be worse than him going out there and laying down a fast pass and then hanging the rods out the bottom. So, I think that's it for the Pro Mods. Yep. Well, I was second round. So we got, so let's see here. Who moved on? So we Garrett Richards moves on to the next round. And he's going to go up against Scott Blake. And then we're going to have the winner of the Spelt and Griffin, which I believe was it Spelt? I think the Chevy took it. We need to get the Nitro Altereds on standby, please, and make sure that all the funny cars are into the lanes. All right, so just waiting to get our good friend up here. He's going to do the announcing for the funny cars. Right, sorry, that was...
Well, quickly, all you race fans out there, if you're the owner of an iPhone through Freedom Mobile and you lost it, we have it up here in the booth. So if you're an iPhone owner with Freedom and you lost your iPhone, come see one of us up here. We'll get it back.
All right, so we got Wade Schustrom out there. Going to do an exhibition pass. His 57 Chevy. Hopefully he'll get this one laid down. Won't shake so bad as he did the first time. Driving it down there. But I think he staged a little deep there. But looked like a pretty good lick. He was getting down out there. It was a little, took a little off the line. Did a little dance down the end there. Good to go. So next up is Funny Car. So I think we're going to get the two-seater out here to do a pass. I know he's in the lane there.
No, it's not letting me. Right, finish.
All right, so it's going to whip down, make sure that our timing system down there has got a little sensor failure, so he's going to go point it to the right spot. Give it up there is Sander Spelt coming down their turn road. That beautiful patina'd 57 Chevy. They tell me it's the Chubb Chicken Farms, the sponsor on that one. So who wants to see some more funny car action tonight? All right, okay. We got our West Coast promo guy coming up here. How was that? Those rounds look pretty good out there, Keith. What'd you think?
Well, you know, we've got some really wicked cars here. We've got local guys coming up. I mean, Wade Schustrom, what a cowboy. That guy's been around Pro Mod since the early 90s. He was a veteran racer when he started racing Pro Mod. That whole crew, hardest working crew we got out here, definitely this weekend. They thrashed all weekend. Precision Performance right here in Edmonton. Great group of guys. You know, if they work that hard on the race car, you can only imagine what they do for their customers. So big thank you going out to them. You know, we got Scott Blake setting an ET track record. Ryan Griffin all the way up here from Central Washington with the Airport Glass DRG fencing car. Man, they finally got that car figured out. Sets a eighth mile an hour record here for the West Coast Pro Mods, 197. Can only imagine where that car is going to go. He says 210 is. So looking forward to that. You know, we'll be finishing our eliminations tomorrow. Thank you to all the fans for coming out and supporting this. Garrett Richards versus Scott Blake in the semi 1-2 qualifier, and Ryan Griffin in the bye to the final. Man, this is going to be a wicked show tomorrow. Even come and join us again. Like I say, we got stickers over our booth, T-shirts. Come see us. We'll see if we can hook you up. And but yeah, thanks again to all our sponsors as well. So many great people. I mean, we got Rad Torque right here on site. All of them. So many more guys. Enjoy the rest of the show, everybody. And we always say in West Coast Pro Modifieds, just send it.
All right, well, thank you, Keith Peterson from West Coast Pro Mods up here. Sending it right here in the front stands here. Yeah, we still need some clippers. So if anybody's got some hair clippers that you decided you had to carry with you to the racetrack, we could use them up at the tower. So let me know. And it looks like we're gonna send the two-seater once we get the track cleared.
Pro Fuel Nitro Harleys to the staging lane for your final round of qualifying here tonight. Pro Fuel Nitro Harleys, make your way on down to those staging lanes. You guys are going to be coming up pretty quick here. All right, that too fun. Twisted Motorsports doublehead dragster getting ready to rip down that track. And they'll hit 866. Hope that passenger had a nice brown pair of trousers here today. If not, they might have a new set made fresh here.
Well, once more here, if you are the owner of an iPhone on Freedom Mobile, we have your phone. You can find us up in the media booth. We're going to require you to unlock it to make sure it's actually yours. So check your pockets. If you're an iPhone, you're missing your phone, and we have it up here in the tower.
All righty. Some alcohol action coming your way right now with some consolation runs down the track before we officially move into the International Bull and Alcohol Association Funny Car Final. We got a interesting little matchup here, dragster versus flopper. First appearance of the dragster here this weekend. Doing a little test and tune run here. Craig Borden in the flopper. Craig's had a pretty good weekend. Borden out of Edmonton and that Diego Concrete. Lesco Distributors. 79 Dodge Omni. Borden hoping to get into the 7s on this test and tune run. Yeah. Oh, 691 on that 690 dial for that test and tune pass. And Borden jumped the gun there. Automatic red light, no time. He actually left before the Christmas tree was actually activated. So, yeah, just a kind of a tough way to wrap up the Saturday night for Team Craig Borden. Now, just to give you the heads up, the final in this shootout, the International Blown Alcohol Association, is going to be between Scott Borden out of Kalmar and Alan Weech out of Calgary. So we're going to have a Battle of Alberta drag racing style for the final in this class in just a couple of moments. But consolation runs for competitors that did not make the final. Extra passes, and so we can almost call it grudge racing. And your next pairing, driving the Wild Thing out of Rocky View, Alberta. That is Steve Harris. Harris will be taking on Max Yaremko down from Westlock, Alberta. Now we're waiting for Yaremko to approach the burnout box. There we go. Couple of stout burnouts from these two competitors, Harris and Yaremko. Yaremko ran a 7:15 earlier on this evening, not enough to make it to the flopper final. So a bit of a match race scenario going on here. Steve Harris running in the low 7s as well. So a couple of cars here. Anyone's guess who's going to hit the finish line first but not break out. That 690 index still in play in this consolation race. At the stripe, oh boy, Yaremko, a double breakout. So both cars went all out on that run. 690, of course, was the index. Breaking out less was Yaremko. So on the breakout side of things, Yaremko running a 672 on that 690 index, picking up the win, 210.77 miles an hour. Steve Harris absolutely annihilating the 690 index. He ran a 731 at 177.17 miles an hour. I think the wind lights actually should have been in Steve Harris's lane because Zaremko absolutely went crazy on that run there. Thank you. Attention in the pit area, Pro Drag Harley. The police class to the staging lanes, please. The Nitro Altereds need just a little extra time for their next pass. So police to the staging lanes, police shootout to the staging lanes, please. So, this is your Saturday night final in the International Alcohol Association. Hitting the water box first, Scott Borden out of Kalmar, Alberta. And that Acadian funny car taking on Alan Weish. Again, a couple of great burnouts there. Your first final of the night. Who takes home the Saturday night trophy? At the Rocky Mountain Nationals weekend here at Rad Torque Raceway. Will it be Scotty Borden in that blue Acadian? Alan Weish in the Charger. This is a battle of Alberta, Kalmar versus Calgary. Borden out of Kalmar, Weish out of Calgary, and Weish already pre-staged, waiting for Borden to break the beam. RPMs come up. At the stripe, a 692. What a run from Alan Weish from Calgary. 692 on the 690 index, 207.09 miles an hour. Congratulations to Team Weish up from Calgary. Congratulations to Team Scott Borden from Kalmar, your runner-up in the International Blown Alcohol Association Flopper final on this wonderful Saturday night. Great race there. Dialed in big time. 692 on a 690. Actually, Scott Borden got him on the Christmas tree. A 0.87 reaction time to a 191. And Borden was ahead at the 60-foot mark. So a come from behind win for Alan Weish. While this is not your final in the Vintage Towing Nitro Funny Car Shootout, two stout machines in a consolation race here in the Arctic Traveler, in a car that used to be driven by Nathan Sitko. Guest driver, Cal Tebb. He is in the Summit Racing lane in that bubble up Pacemaker, Nostalgia Funny Car, Ron Hodson, Milron Metals Fabrication. The new driver, rookie season, out of Edmonton, Alberta, Nathan Sitko. Sitko looks over his left-hand shoulder and sees the car that he used to pilot. This is a pretty neat matchup. It will be Sitko a 497. Stout run for Nathan Sitko. He runnered up last night, and he had problems in his qualifying run earlier on this evening. But a great run from Sitko. Good run from Cal Teb. Got out of the throttle near the, just past the halfway point, running a 587. So Sitko putting the numbers on the board. And he's probably wishing he put the numbers on the board earlier on in that round of qualifying earlier on this evening. Yeah, he was going well. Your next pairing of funny cars, a consolation race here before we get to the Saturday night final. Been racing since about 2017. Great driver, great team. Out of Onaway, Alberta, and that 71 Chevy Camaro. He calls the war chief. This is David Brandt. Brandt will be in the Summit lane. Brandt will be taking on a driver. He wants to put some numbers on the board here for us. He's from 9 Mile Falls, Washington, in the Aging Barrel Top Gun Graphics sponsored machine. Tim Eichstad in the Napa lane. Top end is cleared. We're going to get the signal to bring our next competitors to life. And there we go. Eichstad had problems on his run earlier on this evening. So as I mentioned, he wants to put some numbers on the board. Well, that sounded very good from Tim Eichstad. David Brandt, great looking burnout as well. Brandt already back to the start line area. Eichstad being guided back by his teammate. Final check on the race cars. It is now in their hands. Brandt versus Eichstad. A match race between these two competitors. Brandt is pre-staged first, waiting for Eichstad. He is now pre-staged. Here we go. What a run by both drivers. 581 win light to David Brandt. Tim Eichstad running a 599. So Eichstad and Brandt wrapping up the Rocky Mountain Nationals weekend for them with 2 pretty good passes. All righty. Your Saturday night final. What a race this is going to be. And a little bit of history. This class debuted here at Rad Torque Raceway back in 2010 for the very first time. Nitro Nostalgia Funny Cars. The exact same format we are running this weekend, we ran back in 2010. We had a winner on the first night and a winner on the second night. That winner is sitting in the staging lanes right now in another final. 2010, Tim Boychuk. Tim Boychuk went to victory lane 2011, 2012, and 2018. Tim Boychuk was your winner last night. Can he make it another weekend sweep? Grand Tire, Ted Weens Auto Surface, Northern Provincial Pipelines, Tim Boychuk in the happy hour Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car. Boychuk. Now Tim Boychuk knows he is in for a race. Your event champion from Spokane International Raceway just 2 weeks ago is in the summit lane out of Edson, Alberta, in that Riders sponsors floppy funny car. That is Jason Bussey. Bussey out of Edson, the Tim Neenmuth tuned machine. Bussey versus Boychuk. Your Rocky Mountain Nationals Vintage Towing Nitro Funny Car Shootout Final is right now. The stripe of 491 to a quicker 487. Boychuk, a 0.86 reaction time. The difference was at the start line. Boychuk had the better reaction time. The slower ET in this case picks up the win. 491 to a 487. Bussey will not be happy with his reaction time, a 317. And Bussey, though, was in the lead. Well, actually, his 60-foot time, Bussey's 60-foot time was a 9.71 to Boychuk's 1 second flat. At the 8th mile half track, Tim Boychuk, his ET at half track was 384 to Bussey's 378. But again, that race was won at the start line. Tim Boychuk, for the second time, has swept a 2-day weekend at the Rocky Mountain Nationals here at Rad Torque Raceway. Congratulations to Edmonton's Tim Boychuk, your Saturday night champion. Congratulations to Jason Bussey out of Edson, making it to the final and a runner-up. Jason Bussey, 487. Look at the reaction time. 0.86 for Boychuk. Bussey had a 3.178. Wow, what a final. But we're still not done. Lots more quarter-mile action coming your way here at Rad Torque Raceway on this, well, Saturday Night Thunder. Might as well call it that. We have got final round qualifying in the Pro Fuel Nitro Harley class coming your way next. So stand by for that. And once again, congratulations to Tim Boychuk. This is the sixth time, actually, he has picked up a Rocky Mountain Nationals event win in the Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car class. So, yeah, the domination for Boychuk continues here at his home track. Of course, Jason Bussey, your champion down at Spokane International Raceway a few weeks ago. So that, race fans, was a stout final that you just witnessed here on this Saturday night. All right, just doing some tweaks on the racetrack. And then we will move into final round qualifying for the Pro Fuel Nitro Harleys. And the air has cooled off. Well, here's an example, race fans. I'm going to I'm going to pick on Quinn Olson for a bit. Quinn Olson riding the Hypercycle machine that Al Miles rode to many championships here. Okay. Friday qualifying, first round, Quinn Olson ran an 8:05. Last night he ran a 7:77. Just moments ago, well, about an hour and a half ago, Quinn Olson ran a 7:54. And just to let you know, that is the fastest ET that team has ever run on that motorcycle. And we had it here earlier on this evening. Number one qualifier, heading into final round qualifying again. Quinn Olson out of Viscount, Saskatchewan. Unofficially second fastest in qualifying is Doug Cason, part of the Bad Habits Racing Team, Welch's motorcycle sponsored. Cason out of Fort Saskatchewan. Number two in qualifying, running a 7:79. However, his fastest ET of the weekend was last night. So Cason hoping to improve on his best ET of the weekend for himself, a 7:70. And we are just moments away from the sweet sound of V-Twin Power in this Pro Fuel Nitro Harley class with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Race Association. All the classes with the CMDRA will be on the quarter-mile strip tomorrow. Championship Sunday here at Rad Torque Raceway. Race cars will be on the track tomorrow morning, bright and early at 9 a.m. We will have Pro. We will have Super Pro. We'll have the Junior Dragsters. We will have Super Street, Super Comp, Stock, Super Gas, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and more tomorrow here on Championship Sunday. Sure hope you can join us once again. Again, cars on the track at about 9 o'clock in the morning. Eliminations right off the bat, eliminations all day. And if all goes well, the final pairing of race cars should cross the finish line at about, if all goes well, okay? About 5:30 tomorrow afternoon. Again, I do the big disclaimer, if all goes well. So a full day of NHRA Championship drag racing on Championship Sunday. And if you can make it out tomorrow, come on out. Let's fire them up. Final round qualifying coming your way in the Pro Fuel Nitro Harley class. Well, it looks like it's only going to be a single pass from our Nitro Altered competitor. We were hoping to give them an extra time. The other competitor is broke, sadly. So, Matthew Leonard up from Salt Lake City, Utah. Will light the candles here as he heads down the strip. Yeah, it's been a little tough weekend for our Nitro Altereds. We'll just say that Matthew is the survivor of the weekend. Leonard inching up to the start line. The pre-stage bulbs will illuminate. Well, that's a great pass. 690. 219.83 miles an hour. He actually backed out of the throttle a little bit, just past the 60-foot mark, hit the loud pedal again, and a 690, 219.83 miles an hour for our competitor and team, Matthew Leonard and team up from Salt Lake City, Utah. Okay, now we're Nitro Harleys, right? Oh, the two-seater dragster? Okay. Alrighty, before we get into final round qualifying of the Pro Fuel Nitro Harleys, we're going to have a two-seat dragster ride. It's our two-seater dragster. Now, the driver of the car actually is the person sitting in front of the engine. The person that's along for the ride gets the front row seat and a fake steering wheel of which to hang on to for dear life. You can turn that fake steering wheel all you want. I'm sorry, it's not going to adjust anything going down the track. And a full face helmet so you cannot hear the screams. Bit of a sensory overload, obviously, if you've never been down the track before. That's one thing we don't get up here is who the passenger is. I just wish they would give us some information every once in a while, but I'll put that in the suggestion box for the next event. Half track, 130 miles an hour at the finish line, and 127.15 miles an hour at half track, and kind of a leisurely let off the throttle a little bit because, there are rules in place as far as how fast you can go down the track carrying a passenger. 133.85 miles an hour, 8.66 seconds in the quarter mile. Okay, take 3 in final round qualifying. In our Pro Fuel Nitro Harley class, I've been promising it for the last 4 or 5 minutes. don't have the best view of the staging lanes underneath the skybox suites up here in the announcer tower, so even standing on the tippy toes, sometimes you can't see what's going on. But now, absolutely 100% V-twin Nitro Harley action coming your way. Well, how about this? They set number 1 and number 2 in qualifying. In the Summit Lane out of Viscount, Saskatchewan, we have got Quinn Olson. In the Napa Lane wearing the white leathers, that is Doug Cason out of Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. Olson ran a 7:54, the best pass ever on that tool-wheeled machine. Doug Cason, his best ET of the weekend in qualifying, a 7:70. Olson, Cason. Final round qualifying. They want to put some numbers on the board. The conditions are incredible right now. Cooler temperatures, still a warm racetrack. Both riders pre-staged. Here we go. At the stripe, a 7:61 for Olson. He'll keep the 7:54, but that's his second fastest pass of the weekend. And then Doug Cason got out of the throttle a little bit before the end of the run. He runs an 8:41 mile per hour off as well, 121.72 miles an hour. Cason will remain second fastest in this final round of qualifying with that 7:70, unless one of our other remaining 4 Nitro Harley competitors can catch Cason and leapfrog past Cason into the number 2 spot. So the number to keep an eye on the finish line scoreboard will be anything faster than a 7.70, or heck, 7:54 is still the number 1 spot. So aim high. Waiting for the signal at the top end is clear, and we're going to bring our next 2 competitors to life underneath the skybox suite area. Oopsie. Drag race director Mike Heil bringing out. Oh, we got a drag, really? Oh, man. Okay. Just a quick drag. Mike Heil says, you know what? Actually, you know one thing I haven't checked yet? We're getting to the this part of the year where sometimes humidity can sneak up on us in night racing. What the heck? 98% is what the humidity is right now? Well, that's what it says here. Okay. So. Yeah, temperatures have really cooled off. It's 15 Celsius right now. And for our American friends, that's 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So just as a precaution, just giving the track a quick drag with the rubber pads. Or unless they found something near the finish line. That might be a thing too. Because So some quick track maintenance. And then we'll get to the rest of the final round of qualifying here on a championship Saturday night. As I mentioned, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, cars on the racetrack for Championship Sunday. NHRA Wally trophies on the line again tomorrow. Upcoming events here at Rad Torque Raceway. Next weekend, a lot of people talking about this event, and that is the Street Outlaws. We've had several sneak previews of what we're going to be seeing next weekend here. But next weekend, the Street Outlaws shootout here at Rad Torque Raceway next Saturday and Sunday, July 19th and 20th. Over on the Clay Oval track, August 2nd and 3rd, it's the 2024 Extreme Cup featuring our winged sprint cars. Wednesday, August 14th, Midas Hot August Night returns to Rad Torque Raceway. So that's some upcoming events here. Home of speed, Rad Torque Raceway. The sound of V-twin power coming to life once again. Neighbor Dave Stickle, your defending season champion in this class. From Heliqua, British Columbia, taking on Wayne Lyons out of Lacombe, Alberta. Both these riders have struggled a little bit getting down the quarter-mile strip this weekend. Your defending season champion, his last pass was like 10 seconds. So, yeah, lots of work to do here to catch the front runners in qualifying. This is his chance right now. Final pass, final qualifying pass for these two riders. Stickle crossing the line with a 9:02. Both were labored runs once again. A 9:02, 141.60 miles an hour for Stickle. Wayne Lyons, his struts continue. Doggone it. The bike was popping and farting off the start line. And 11:86. Just shy of 80 miles an hour. So Wayne Lyons has got a lot of work to do tonight and into tomorrow before first round eliminations in the Pro Fuel Nitro Harley class here on Championship Sunday. Final pairing. Your final pairing. In the Summit Lane, the dark purple with flames Nitro Harley, Part of the Berserkers racing team. Welch's Motorcycle, Life Sentence Cycles, Impact Powder Coatings. Up from Medicine Hat, Alberta, that is Aaron Barsness. Barsness in the Summit Lane. And he will get the single. This is Aaron's only second pass of the weekend. He ran an 8:36 earlier on this evening. He would love to get into the high sevens, if possible, on this run and get closer to the front runners, being Quinn Olson and Doug Cason. Let's see what happens here. Aaron Barsness out of Medicine Hat. Nope. A little bit of carburetor fuel issues and a 1017 at 105.46 miles an hour. Actually, he was faster in the mile per hour end of things at half track. So well off the pace crossing the finish line. So, and Evan Barsness will not be making a run. And so he's just going to be content with his 8:16 pass from earlier on this evening. So qualifying in the books now for the Pro Fuel Nitro Harley class tomorrow. Championship Sunday, someone will be crowned the 2024 Rocky Mountain Nationals Pro Fuel Nitro Harley champion. And we'll find out tomorrow afternoon who that rider will be. It's Grudge Race time. Let's do it.
It is Grudge Race time, but they got to spray down the track first. So a little bit of down before we get to the Grudges.
Well, once again, race fans, thank you for staying with us throughout the day. A couple of delays earlier on this evening. It's bang on 11 o'clock, and the goal was to be finished at 11 o'clock. And we've got maybe about 15 minutes left, so just hang in there. We're going to wrap things up with a jet truck.
With a jet truck.
To light up the sky here tonight.
Oh,
and so just hang tough. We've got some Grudge Racing action coming your way next. And I've had a ball. It's been, 4 years since I've announced a drag race event. So it's fun to be back out again tonight, guys.
It's been wonderful having you, Gord. And please don't go anywhere. You're welcome back anytime you want.
Well, can I announce the Mopar drags the end of the month?
Well, I think you're going to have to announce the Mopar drags at the end of the month.
Last Saturday of the month, all Mopar drags. Actually, I announced one of the first all Mopar drags back in '93. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Great racing. If you're a Mopar fan, the 26th of this month, the all Mopar drags coming your way.
That would make it 31 years you've been doing that.
Well, speaking of Mopars, as they say, Mopar or no car, 2 Mopars coming up. Brian Litvin, the Challenger, in the Dodge Challenger, going against the wonderful 2008 Dodge Challenger driven by Blue Line Racing's own Staff Sergeant. Sergeant Terry Innes. And I can tell you, Terry don't like losing. This purple Challenger tried it once already yesterday. It didn't work out for him. We'll see what happens today. The temps are a bit lower. The air's a bit colder. Will that play into these two challengers' hands? Or is Terry going to walk home without losing a single one? The lights go green. They slept on the line a little bit. But there he goes. Terry doesn't take losses. Terry beating out Trevor Kinsey. Sorry, Brian Litvin. And we got Trevor Kinsey up next in the Chevelle, trying to go against Detective Blair Deswart in his 2009 Ford Mustang. And I can tell you, this thing is absolutely beautiful with a 94 millimeter precision turbo and 875 horsepower. We'll see if he's able to put it all down. And maybe the Chevelle won't be able to pull away. But I don't know. That Chevelle's pretty quick. We've seen it already in the last one. It's going to be a fight for the Blue Line Racing crew in this one. Trying to get the pre-stage lights up. There we go. Onto the stage lights. Wow! 093 launch for Trevor. He wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. And if that was a quarter-mile race, that might have been close. Well, one more with the wonderful Blue Line Racing crew to go, and that is the 1972 Plymouth, driven by Blue Line's own Sergeant Mike Winnick. Mike's another one who doesn't like to lose, but Bree King, that S10 of Bree King is fast. But it's nighttime. The temps are colder. Anything can happen. I believe Bree won already, if I remember right. I can't remember if Mike took that last one. Somebody will correct me eventually. Well, Mike Winnick waiting on the pre-stage. Little bit of mind games from Bree. They hit the stage. Woo! Wow! 484 for Bree King. Wow! Out of the hole with a 4.3. Mike Winnick with that 4.9. Very good. Another grudge race coming at you that don't involve Blue Line Racing. Matt Robert out of Airdrie, Alberta in the Chevy Camaro up against Chris Gold. We've seen this Mustang before. Let's see if he can do it twice. As the back window says on Mike Gold's car, do it for Lizzie. On the pre-stage. On the stage lights. Oh, no! Mike Gold jumps it! Mike Gold jumps it! And Matt Robert sends it to the moon on that wheelie. He definitely bottomed it out and slams it into the ground and pulls over. He's now just coming up past the 8th, maybe to the 1,000. Mark trying to maybe get it home. That was a hard wheelie from Matt Robert and a hard landing. Well, just to give you fans an update on that wonderful wheelie that Matt Robert pulled off, he did slam his oil pan into the ground. And instead of stopping, he although off the racing line, he went all the way down. So we might not be able to use that lane. We're waiting to hear confirmation from our race officials. So that left lane might be down for the rest of the night, but there's not much racing left here to go. But you want to see that jet truck at night. I promise you want to see that. All right, though the grudges are done, we got a final runs from these guys. We're still going to let them run. We got the car we've been loving all weekend, the 79 Ford Zephyr of Neil Richards. Wow, wow, wow. The Zephyr that could. So we'll only be using this right lane for the rest of the evening. All right, Neil Richards, hometown of Edmonton in the Ford Zephyr, taking the pre-stage. Now don't forget, after tonight's festivities, there is a track walk. So if you want to walk down this quarter mile and see how sticky and how crazy long it really is. Whoa! The Zephyr not grabbing the gear properly. And so his run, a 7:21 in the 8th. Tyler Stamler, the one that's been running against the Zephyr. Well, we're still going to do this Grudge style, but with some times. He's got to beat that 7.21. Stage, Tyler Stamler, Rocky View, Alberta, in the S10. Ooh, listen to that thing spool. Off it goes. Oh, lifted it all the way past the 60. my Lanta, a 479. He wasn't lifting till he saw God or a checkered flag. Wow. All right. Thank you. John Cuglietta in the Mustang Cobra. Ready to go. Put on a show for the fans. Woo! Solid run. 0-5 out of the box. 4-5 in the 8th. And for those who love life on two wheels, we got you covered. The Turbo Busa. The Turbo Busa. It's as fast as it sounds. Let's see what the Busa has in store. Looking for those marks, making sure everything's right. Stuck in gear. Get it figured out. Roll it back a little bit, let out the clutch. Looks like it's in the proper gear this time. Visor down. First pre-stage. Not quite on the mark. There it is. Whoa! Gets sideways, but doesn't lift. Doesn't lift. 5.8 in the 8th. That could have gone all sorts of wrong, but he stayed in it. Kept that wrist planted. And saved it and finished out the run. Steve Borden in the supercharged semi-truck. Last run was around 85 mile an hour by the end of the quarter mile. Woo! Steve. All right, Steve Borden back to the stage. Oh, there's my favorite. Look at that turbo sticking out of the hood. But Steve's doesn't have a turbo. He's got a couple superchargers under the hood. Off Steve goes. Chirping it as he shifts through the gears. A 15.9 at 85, so a little slower, but still fast for a semi-truck. But now you get to see the fast semi-truck. This is Mario the Beast Monette. I don't think they heard you, Mario. Woo! The Beast is ready. The question is, the crowd ready for the Beast? Oh! His crew just making sure he's in. Boop. Ooh. Ooh. How many semi-trucks purged nitrous? Well, this is a run to remember if you've never seen Mario Monette and the Beast. Here we go. Red lights it, but that's okay. Pulled enough off the line to move it forward. Mario Monette, 118 mile an hour, 12:56. That is impressive. And oh, hey, look, it's vintage towing. Is vintage towing going to do a pull? They want to see it. Let them do it. Oh, okay, maybe not. Or maybe? Well, a big shout out to Vintage Towing for being here and handling all of our turbo needs, our towing needs. But now, I need everybody from their balconies back inside. All of you guys in this grandstand, I need you on the right side of the grandstand. So not on this side, on that side, please. All the balcony holders, we need you guys back inside. We got the jet truck coming on the right side. Thank you so much, everybody on the Octane stands. Now let me look out here. Back inside the suite. We appreciate it a lot. And it's also for your safety. Back inside, please. Back inside. The ones right above my booth. I can see your fingers back inside. Thank you. Are they all the way in? They're looking intently. I hope they are. as we see the jet truck rolling onto the track. Oh, yeah, he runs off of cheers, people. Ooh, Mario. Mario in the return lane. Give us a little honk, Mario, if you can hear us. He can't hear me. It's very loud in that truck. Hey! Track staff is looking intently, but they seem happy that everybody is back inside their balconies. That only means one thing. Hayden Profit, all the way from Burnett, Texas.
We're going to see some burner pops, huh?
I think he's going to go all out. And if you guys have never seen him go all out, well, you're in for a treat. And especially at night, this is the best time to view the Jet Dragsters.
And he has, for a record, just for the record, he did blow the windows out of the tower here last year.
That's
at
right.
Hot August night.
Last year, Hot
The
August
timing
night,
ladies over here were very happy with that.
blew the windows out of our tower.
But let me tell you, they got some beautiful triple pane glass windows over on this side now.
And they left us with the singles that we're about to shut.
Right?
Well,
Yeah, close that window. We don't need any more kerosene in here. We had that way too much kerosene the first time around.
well, engine 1 is fired up, ready to go. We wait for engine 2 to be fired up.
Dos. Oh, answer the phone. I can't believe there's a landline telephone here.
We wait and wait for that second engine to fire. This is his last pull of the weekend. Hayden Profit has engine number 2 fired up, ready to rock and roll. And he likes to hit those afterburners to a beat. We like to guess the song he's playing.
Last time it was Queen.
It was Queen. We will rock you.
All right, second engine's up and lit.
They're doing their pre-flight checks.
It smells like an airport now.
Oh, yeah.
Smell
I
the
love it.
kerosene.
Look at this kid over here. I've never seen a
Right?
kid so excited for a jet truck.
I can feel her jumping on the stands in my feet.
Well, his recovery truck is off and gone.
Great time.
Now, if you remember from the last time, if you were here for his last showing, he burnt all of our signage. And there's Afterburner 1. Here we go.
Oi, I'm blinded.
I told you he likes to put on a show.
Boom. Ba-ba-da-dum-bum.
Ba-ba. Oh, yeah, there's some guys in the Octane Sands who I think this is their first time seeing a jet truck.
She's jumping even higher now.
Oh, they're so excited.
Oh, there's Duke. Well, they woke up the puppy. You got him? Sweet.
Woo!
Boom.
He's really hitting that afterburner to make it backfire like that.
No track walk, big cleanup.
Well, I think with the jet truck, we
Oh.
might not need to do cleanup after.
Yeah, right? Just burn all that oil off.
Well, the final stage prep to get to the line is almost there.
Did you see that come flying at us? I don't know what that was. I saw like a speck come flying at the window.
The poor fly that flew by.
Right? Oh, we're getting
Don't
smoke.
worry, that smoke will clear. There it goes. He turns on his turbines, clears the smoke for everyone.
Oh, those
He's
bandits
got
are-
the pre-stage light lit. Don't look away for even a second. Down the quarter mile he goes for the final run this weekend. 200 miles an hour across that quarter mile. Hayden Profit from Burnett, Texas. 8.0 seconds. Wow, 200.9 miles an hour. Hayden putting on a show, but we're not quite done yet. We're done for the drags anyway, but I think there's some other stuff going on that Damo knows more about.
All right, can you all hear me now? Okay,
Getting woos.
so these West Coast Pro Mod guys just like to have fun. So Ryan Griffin, right? Yep. Ryan Griffin's car. His team members like, I don't think you can go faster than a 4.0. So Ryan Griffin's like, hold my beer, and whips off 397 this afternoon. So now he went 390 again, so he gained another 7 numbers. And we now have a crew member who's going to get his head shaved because he shouldn't have bet against the boss. So I'm going to pass over to Keith Peterson here, who's the rep for the West Coast Pro Mods.
Hey, yeah, thanks. So yeah, Ryan Griffin's crew member Corby, and he's made the bet, and we put a shout out. Anyone who's got clippers, they get to shave his head. So we've got somebody here all the way down from Fort Mac for the Rocky Mountain Nationals racing. Where are you guys from?
From Fort McMurray, Right Track Mechanical.
Right Track Mechanical. You guys are down here racing, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. In what class?
Just pro class, chasing my personal best.
There you go. And so we got a few of your guys coming down to do the shaving, and one of your crew member has even volunteered to get his head shaved as well, right?
It would seem that way, yes.
All right. Well, we're gonna head down there and do that. I'll hand the mics back over to the great Rad Torque Raceway announcers to finish closing out the night. Thanks again, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you, Keith.
Wow.
I got Dookie. We're good. So is everybody out there? Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do the track walk because, it's really heavily oiled down. And when track crew has got a long night of cleaning up that left lane so we can get things together.
But still stick around to watch these two crew members get their head shaved. I have
This ought to be
long hair,
interesting.
and I don't know how they agreed to it. But he lost the bet, and a bet's a bet, and they're a man of their word.
Oh, man. This is good times. Should we close her?
Well, yeah, I think that's just
All right.
about it for us up here in your announcing booth. It has been another wonderful day with Damo, myself, Tanner, and the good man Luke. And let's not forget your wonderful announcer for those nitro cars and alcohol cars, Gord, doing a wonderful job, who will be back for the Mopar race in the end of the month. Till then, to all the spectators here at Rad Torque, please get home safe. Do not drink and drive. If you need a ride, we can find you one. And leave racing for the track. If you want to get involved, talk to anyone wearing a Rad Torque Raceway shirt on how to get involved in racing here. Leave racing off the street and here at the track.